Besides this is obviously going to be good. If you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or
I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Matthew L. Moore, not guilty of murder, as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Yo, Jonathan first. Happy days. I'm so grateful for a new trial that Krieger and broke me. We're still doing Krieger, but it's doing 2 trials at once, Jonathan. I took what you said. So the reason I didn't cover another trial for a while was because Karen Reid. Now that's been pushed back to the 16th of April. I've got a bit more, leg room, shall we say. Wiggle room. So that's why I've literally just found this now and I went live. I'm not messing about, I just found it. It's started about 7 minutes ago. So I originally was waiting because it went live about half an hour ago. But there was no, it was all muted. The judge was speaking, it was all muted. I was like, oh no. I think she was giving them some instructions that we weren't supposed to hear. So it's live, it's going on. The audio sounds okay. So I'm going to give it 5 minutes and then we'll start it. Super excited. It's about, Jonathan said it's about a cop killer. It's predicted to be about a week-long trial, so that's what enticed me. I particularly dislike cop killers unless, say, the cops breached someone's home unannounced and got shot. There's a couple of examples of someone staying free because he didn't announce. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I don't know much about this. The link is in the description box. Go and have a look at it. There's a lot of different facets to this trial, in the sense of it's not just the murder element. There's also other bits of it as well. So we'll see. As I say, I'll put the quarter up so you can see it. So you go. So it's there. So I might move myself to. No, it's fine. So it's something that I'll say happened to think, ooh. And I knew that people were no courtroom breaks and shenanigans if they get done in a week. Very nice. Yeah, it's predicted. Obviously, it could go over. We don't know. We'll have to see. Hello, my lovely. Hello, Josie. How are you doing, my darling? So exciting stuff. I was explaining to Jonathan, we're just doing another trial. So we're going to do 2 in 1. This is supposed to last about 5 days. So Krieger's doing everyone's heads in. So I know Jonathan hates it. So there's an option then. People can watch Krieger, they can watch this, they can do whatever they want. I'll be in and out of both. Do you know what I mean? So whenever there's a break in Krieger, I'll definitely be watching this one. Hey, Josie, Bosie, Banana, Fauna, Fossy. Josie, Bosie, Banana, Fauna, Fossy. Hey, Sarah P. So yeah, as I was saying, week-long trial, something that I think is going to be exciting for us to watch. It's about, as Jonathan says, a cop killer. I just think it's going to be nice. Not nice in that terms. I mean, nice as in something else for us to watch, really. So we're still doing Krieger, Kitsap, and all that. but we'll just do this with it. It's in Cobb County, I believe this is. Knox County, sorry. Knox County. So I want to give it a couple more minutes. We're literally a bit more than 7 minutes now. Say 10 minutes behind we are. So it's nothing. It's a break. So just made me feel 10 again, Jonathan. Yeah, so, and I know some of you have been really, really looking. So I've been so entrenched with Karen Reid that I've been waiting for that. But because that's delayed to the 16th of April now, well, at the minimum, I just had to get another trial in for people like Jonathan that they've just had enough. I think we've all had enough of Kitsap, Kariga trial. And I know a lot of people can't watch both, which is fine. But it's like, this is it. We want to. I want to just do another trial. I know nothing about this trial. Is there a link to the court trial? Well, I mean, I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean, Christine. Deputy. So the Deputy Nicholas Weist was the one that was alleviated, and this guy, you can see him. Well, you can't see him yet. He's sat. He sat here. He's the one accused of it. Right. Give it 2 more minutes, then we'll start. We'll start in 2 minutes. 2 minutes we start. Then I'll set up Kitsap ready as well. So we got that. So I'll be in and out, shake it all about, do the hokey cokey and turn around. That's what it's all about. Oi, oi. And a special happy birthday. If I'm not sure if she'll drop in, but happy birthday to Erin Hack as well. I might message her to let her know as well. So very much a happy birthday to Erin if she does pop in. I'm not sure if she will, but if she does, please welcome her and say happy birthday to Erin Hack. FYI. Okay. Erin Hack. Where's the link for trial for day one? YouTube. I mean, this is what I got, but just go to YouTube, Christine. Right. So here we go to save the day. Right, I think we just get started. This is the judge was speaking for a while, but it was mute. But the volume is now on. So let's get ready to rumble.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As the judge indicated to you yesterday, this case concerns charges of murder related to an incident here in Henry County in 2022. The morning of Friday, April 29th, 2022, was a bit chilly. It was cloudy, with rain coming in the afternoon. Knox County Deputy Nicholas Weist had worked third shift, and he was on his way home in his squad car a little bit after 8 a.m. When a radio call went out to all Knox County officers, the subject with the gun was leaving the Circle K gas station in Galesburg, Illinois, with a green Ford Taurus. City of Galesburg police officers were going to attempt to locate that subject vehicle. You'll hear from Galesburg officer Jared Tapscott that he was working that morning, and he responded to the call of the subject with a gun. When he located the vehicle, he attempted to make a traffic stop, but the vehicle didn't pull over. In fact, it sped away, and the chase was on. Officer Tapscott will tell you that with his lights and sirens on, he pursued the vehicle at a high rate of speed, out of Galesburg and north on Route 150. The pursuit is captured on his squad video, as well as his body camera, which I anticipate you'll have an opportunity to see. They travel north on Route 150 towards Alpha, crossing into Henry County, with Officer Tapscott keeping the fleeing vehicle in his sights. You'll hear Officer Tapscott as he notes what he believes to be gunshots come from a green Ford. You'll also hear radio transmissions from the Knox County side of the radio. You'll hear Deputy Weist ask whether a spike strip has been authorized. And you'll hear from the supervisor, Lieutenant Kramer, that he was the one that morning to authorize Deputy Weist's use of the spike strip. You'll be able to see Deputy Weist's squad car video as he travels east on 150th Avenue in Henry County to intercept the pursuit, stopping his police vehicle where Route 150 and 150th Avenue meet south of Alpha. You'll see Deputy Weist throughout his stop sign across the lanes of Route 150. And you'll see the green Ford Taurus, driven by a defendant, run over a portion of those spikes. I'll tell you right now that you won't see the moment of impact because it occurs just to the left of the camera view. But I expect that you'll hear testimony from these witnesses as well as others, and you'll see evidence from the scene that will show you that in his effort to get away from the Galesburg police, the defendant struck Deputy Weist. The green Ford and the defendant then wrecked in the west ditch, and the defendant attempted to flee on foot before being taken into custody by Officer Tapscott. Deputy Weist landed in the west ditch as well, and was pronounced dead on the scene. Crime scene investigator Jeff Fu will testify about evidence he mapped and collected at the scene, as well as additional evidence he collected from the vehicle itself. Included in the evidence from the area of the car is a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson semi-automatic handgun, and from inside the car, 3 shell casings. You'll learn that the defendant's DNA and fingerprints were located on that gun that was recovered, and that based on the scientific testing, the shell casings were fired by that weapon. And graphic reconstructionist Paul Kuhn will talk with you about his work at the scene. Measurements, diagrams, calculations, all of which led him to make conclusions about how the vehicle driven by the defendant came into contact with Deputy Weist and the stop spikes. At the end of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, after all of the testimony and the evidence, I'm going to ask you to find Daylon Richardson guilty of murdering Deputy Nicholas Weist. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Runte. Mr. Kramer.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Ms. Runte. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, excuse me for a moment. I'm pretty old school. I just got myself off. First of all, let me introduce myself again. I'm Bruce Carmen. My practice is right down the street here in Cambridge, and I have the honor of representing Daylon Richardson in this matter. Now, after what you've heard, you might say, where's the honor in that? This man drove his vehicle into a police officer and killed him. Well, we defense attorneys take a bigger picture. Look at this. We look at, for example, the United States Constitution, which grants a person such as Mr. Richardson the right to counsel in a case like this. So I'm fulfilling a very important constitutional duty in standing between him and the awesome power of the state of Illinois. The second thing that matters is what we call due process. And that's my job, is to ensure that the state puts on its case, but that it proves each and every element of the charge against my client beyond a reasonable doubt. You're going to hear me say this probably again during this statement. You're going to hear me say it during closing argument. You're going to hear Ms. Runte discussing the closing argument as well. It is the most important aspect of our criminal justice system. My client is presumed innocent from the moment he's charged until the moment 12 of you get together and say, beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of this case is proven. Now, this is a very, very serious case. There's no fool. This is as serious as it gets in our business. But on many levels, this you're going to find when you hear all the evidence, this is a very simple case. Because we don't disagree with a large portion of the evidence in this case. The first thing and most important thing we disagree with is why. Why defendant's motor vehicle ended up striking and killing Nicholas Weist. I'm confident that when you've heard all the evidence, when you've heard the accident reconstructionist testify, you hear my cross-examination of the accident reconstructionist, you're going to come to a very simple conclusion. I don't know. Because there are two, I would say, equally plausible inferences that you're going to be asked to draw from this evidence. You're going to be asked to draw the evidence by this running that my client intentionally drove his vehicle in such a manner as to strike and kill Nicholas Weist. But I'm going to tell you, based on, and I've read the accident reconstruction report probably more times than I've read anything in my life. It admits the facts found by Sergeant Kuhn, the accident reconstruction specialist, will be just as probative of an accident, a horrible accident, a recklessly caused accident. You're going to hear that my client was driving his vehicle at somewhere between 90 and 100 miles an hour on a two-lane road in rural Knox County, heading into rural Henry County, Illinois. And you're going to come to the conclusion that he lost control of his vehicle. That's one of the two possibilities. He either aimed his vehicle at him, which I think is implausible, or he lost control of his vehicle. Now, the other reason that this is a simple case is because I'm going to make a big assumption here. All of you have driver's licenses. All of you have driven cars. Those of you who are male and closer to my age than, say, the other jurors are probably going to have had a similar experience of taking your car out on a rural road and let's see how fast I can go. Let's see how fast I can go. It's the same reason people ride roller coasters. The same reason people jump out of airplanes. Now that's not what Richardson was doing. He's not a thrill ride there. He's trying to get away. He's not trying to kill anybody. He's not trying to hurt anybody. He's been pursued, as you'll see, for somewhere between 10 to 12 minutes by the tail police officers. He's not right on his tail, but he's within distance. You're going to see that. And he's just trying to get away, and he does something stupid. And what he did that was stupid, criminal, stupid, was to drive his vehicle when he sees Nicholas Weist laying down the stop sticks across 150. He tries to get away by going to the right into the ditch. The evidence will show from the reconstruction report that he went at least 11 feet into the ditch to the east, not the ditch, I'm sorry, the shoulder. It's not a ditch. You'll see that it's barely below the surface, but it's below. And you're going to see that he did that at 90 to 95, maybe even close to 100 miles an hour. No one knows for sure. You're going to see Officer Tapscott's body camera, which shows his speedometer. And it fluctuates pretty good between 90 and 95 miles per hour. So Mr. Richardson is flying on a road with 55 mile an hour speed. That's why this case is something we all understand. We've all driven cars, and I think most of us have driven cars way too fast under certain circumstances, and you can lose control. And when you lose control, as Mr. Richardson seems to have done in this case, you have a hard time maneuvering the car back to where you want to be. In this case, where Mr. Richardson wanted to be was not stop. I mean, he's been doing this for 10 to 12 minutes. His intention is to Southwest Airlines. Want to get away? That's what he was trying to do. Get away. Not kill anybody, not run into anybody. He's trying to get away. My belief is, ladies and gentlemen, come to your deliberations. You're going to ask yourself, is he trying to kill him? Is he trying to run into him? Or is he just trying to get away? And the last thing I'm going to talk about is something Judge Norman, and I call her Judge Norman because that's so much easier. Told you, which is about prejudice, sympathy, bias. You're going to get an instruction from Judge Norman that says you are not supposed to let sympathy, bias, prejudice, and emotion come into your decision-making process. And to that, I say, good luck, because we're all flesh and blood human beings. You can't help but be emotionally moved by the fact that this man is trying to do his job, and he got killed. And he got killed almost instantaneously. You have to feel something. If you don't feel something, you're going to be. But that's not how you were instructed to decide these things. You are not to allow sympathy, or bias, prejudice to affect your deliberations. You are supposed to make your deliberations, make your decisions based upon evidence that you hear from the witness stand, from the documents that Ms. Runty's going to show you, from videos, there's plenty of those. And what do you hear from me? Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. This is probably as much as you'll hear from me until closing arguments. Because my client has no burden of proof. The old joke was, I could just sit there and do crossword puzzles and represent my client appropriately. Because he has no burden of proof. Only the statements. And it's beyond a reasonable doubt. And I don't get to tell you what that means. You know what? Neither does Judge Norman, because there's no statutory definition for it. It's what you decide is what is reasonable doubt. So my belief is after you've viewed all the evidence, heard all the evidence, seen all the videos, you're going to come to a conclusion on the charge of murder. On the charge of murder. So you don't know. You don't know whether Daylon Richardson intended to cause the harm that he did, or just simply was trying to get away, lost control of his vehicle, did some maneuvering to try to injure himself, or that he's not, as they said, professional driver on closed courts. What you're going to, I think the inference you're going to draw is that he was a very frightened young man, trying to run away and made bad choices. But you're not going to find beyond a reasonable doubt that one of those choices was to kill another human being. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carmen.
Okay.
Ready to call your first witness?
So they go for the accident. Accidental element of this. Okay. What do you think of the audio, guys? It's a bit like deep, I know, but
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in response is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please.
you can hear everything. The judge blowed a nose and everything.
Fix it however it's convenient to you so everybody can hear you, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Officer Tapscott, before we get started, I'm going to ask you just to grab that monitor and pull it down, sir. If we need to look at it later, I'll have you pull it back up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and state your names first and last for the court reporter.
Jared Tapscott, JARED TAPSCOTT.
And where are you employed, sir?
City of Galesburg Police Department.
On April 29th of 2022, was that your assignment?
I was working, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what were your duties at that time?
I was a day shift patrolman from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Would you have been dressed similar to how you appear today?
Yes, almost identical.
And for the record, I'll note you have on a police officer uniform, badge, vest with some police accessories. Fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Does your usual uniform include a body camera?
It does.
And the squad that you were driving that day, did it have a dash camera?
It did.
Would that have been a marked police vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that vehicle also operating with oscillating or rotating lights?
Yes.
Light bar on the top?
Yes, ma'am.
And equipped with a siren?
Yes.
Were all of those things in working condition when you began your shift on April 29th?
They were.
I'm going to direct your attention to a little bit after 8 o'clock that morning. Did you respond to a call from the Circle K in Galesburg?
Yes, I did.
And what was the subject of that call?
Man with a firearm.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last one.
Man with a firearm.
You go ahead and proceed in that direction.
Initially, yes.
Give me an approximate where you were in relation to getting to the Circle K.
I was actually at the Galesburg Police Department at the time that the call came out.
Okay. When you get in your vehicle, are you alone in that squad?
Yes.
And are you?
Sorry.
It's like a chorus.
I know, sorry.
Are you aware at that time if any other officers are also responding?
Yes, Officer Semington.
Officer Semington?
Yes.
And do you know the spelling on that?
Semington, Semington.
Thank you. She responded in a separate vehicle.
She did.
As you're proceeding towards the Circle K, are you given any information about either the subject or the vehicle?
I was provided a description of the male and a description of the vehicle as well.
Okay. What are the identifiers on the vehicle?
It'd be a green Ford Taurus with no registration.
Now, for us lay people, registration means license plate. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
When we say registration, I think of that little piece of paper that I keep in my glove box, but
Yes,
you're talking about a plate.
yes, no license plates on the vehicle.
Were you able to locate that green Ford Taurus?
Yes, we were.
And where approximately are you when you locate the green Ford?
I located around Dayton and Henderson Streets, Galesburg.
What occurs when you locate the vehicle?
Based off the information that had been provided, I was going to conduct a felony stop on the vehicle.
Attempt a felony, a traffic stop.
Yes, it's a felony traffic stop.
And what signifies to you that it needs to be a felony traffic stop?
The fact that the gentleman was armed with the firearm.
And again, that's based off the original call that you got.
Correct.
Did you in fact attempt that traffic stop?
I did.
And what occurs when you attempt the traffic stop?
The vehicle fled northbound on Henderson Street.
At that time, are your police lights and siren on?
That's correct, yes.
And do you keep those going while you attempt to pursue the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
While you are pursuing the vehicle, are you communicating with dispatch about your location?
Yes, I'm providing constant updates of my location throughout the pursuit.
As you travel throughout the city of Galesburg, are you able to keep that green Ford Taurus in your sights?
Yes,
And does the pursuit continue outside of Galesburg?
it does indeed.
Where does it leave Galesburg?
On North Henderson Street, which turns into US 150 North and North Lake Story Road, that'd be our last most northern roadway.
As you're following the vehicle, are you able to get a speed on the vehicle?
Yes, it fluctuated between 100 and 110 miles per hour.
And is that from speed radar that you have in your vehicle, or are you pacing the vehicle at this time?
Pacing the vehicle, that was from my own speedometer.
Okay. And as you're following the vehicle, does that, you indicate that remains fairly constant speed?
Yes.
Approximately how closely are you following the vehicle
I
at
would,
this time?
I would say initially within 100 yards.
Like while we're in the city of Galesburg?
Yeah, so we're closer within the city of Galesburg, gets a little more distant, and then throughout the pursuit, I get a little closer. Kind of like an accordion based off him driving, me trying to catch up to the speed, stuff like that.
Okay, so would it still be accurate to say that, let me just ask you, at any point in that time, from city of Galesburg up through, I'll say, out of Knox County and into Henry, do you lose sight of that vehicle in front of you?
Only for a short time while we make the transition in from the Knox County line to the Henry County line because of a curve in the roadway.
And you regain sight of it as soon as you come around the curve?
Correct.
As you're following the vehicle from Galesburg into Henry County, approximately how long is that chase, that pursuit?
15 miles from Galesburg to Henry County line, I'd estimate.
Okay. And are you able, from your accordion following of the vehicle, are you able to make some observations of the vehicle as it's traveling?
Yes.
And what types of observations are you able to make?
Can you be more specific? There was quite a bit going on during the pursuit.
Let's go chronologically.
Okay. Initially, upon the vehicle fleeing from my attempted traffic stop, right at US 34 and Henderson Street, I observed a liquid beverage wrapped in a brown paper bag be thrown from the vehicle.
Okay.
As we continued the pursuit, northbound on US 150 North, near the intersection of the Rio turnoff, which I believe is Knox Highway 3, if I'm not mistaken. I observed some items to be coming out the rear windshield of the vehicle.
And as you observe those items, do you know what they might be?
Yes, I believed they were gunshots.
And as you're seeing all of these things, are you then reporting that to dispatch as you go?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, specific to your observation about the gunshots, you've been following the vehicle for a little while at this point, fair statement?
Fair statement, yes, ma'am.
Initially, when you get behind the vehicle in Galesburg, is the rear window intact or broken?
I was intact.
Now, I want to be more specific about movements of the vehicle on the roadway. Was there other traffic as you're traveling from Galesburg north on 150?
Yes, there was traffic.
Were you able to observe how the green Ford dealt with other traffic?
Recklessly, driving around vehicles, high rates of speed, not maintaining his own lane.
Judge, I'm going to ask first name of that answer be stricken recklessly. That's a conclusion.
Certainly an observation that he can make within his training and experience as to different than regular motoring public.
How long have you been a police officer?
14 years.
I think given the length of time in law enforcement, and he's a patrol officer, that he is called upon to make observations of drivers. So I'm going to overrule your objection, Mr. Carmen.
As the pursuit entered Henry County, are you aware at that time if there are other agencies who were responding?
I'm aware that Knox County was trying to assist, yes.
And are there any other actions that you take at that time to try to gather other assistance?
Can you rephrase the question?
Was there any other assistance that you requested as you're in the vehicle? A different radio system that you used to attempt to get officers to your location?
Yeah, so I mean, I did initially ask our dispatch to notify Henry County and State as I got out of radio communications distance. I was asked to switch over to ISPERN, which is a radio channel used throughout the state, monitored by the state police for instances such as this.
And ISPERN is ISPERN.
That's correct.
So you did attempt to make other contacts to other agencies?
I did. Once on ISPERN, I was trying to raise state police at least 2 times.
Now, when you indicated that you were traveling outside of the Galesburg radio area, I need you to explain to me about that. So was your radio service limited to the city of Galesburg?
Yeah, so our radios are not rated to go outside of the city of Galesburg based off of where I could only surmise is where our antennas are located throughout town.
It's like towers kind of thing?
Yeah, towers, exactly.
Okay. Is the Galesburg city system the same radio system that the Knox County Sheriff's Office uses?
No, ma'am, completely different.
Going back to you as you're traveling in the pursuit, as you're coming into Henry County, did anyone confirm as to whether other agencies are coming to assist?
I was advised that there was a Knox County deputy at the Henry-Knox County line.
And so as you approach the intersection of Route 150 and 150th Avenue, what, if anything, do you see?
At this time, I had fallen back based off the commands provided to me by my sergeant due to the fact that he was firing rounds at my patrol vehicle. So at that time, all I could see up ahead was a patrol vehicle with its lights initiated, parked on the west side of the roadway.
So this is when you were speaking before about some of those accordion moves where you might get closer, you might get farther away. This was the time when you were a little farther away. Is that what you're indicating?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens next?
I see the suspect vehicle continue to proceed northbound towards the location where that patrol vehicle is, followed by a loud, not loud, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it, but a large debris field that erupts.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear this.
A large debris field that erupts.
What happens next?
I believe at the time, based off of what I had observed, that the suspect vehicle had actually hit the spike strips, which caused it to wreck out. However, upon arrival, I discovered that did not appear to be the case.
So as you come up to the area that you had seen the big cloud of debris, what do you do in your police vehicle?
Well, I get on the radio and again, thinking I observed him to hit the spike strips. I advise, good spike, good spike, good spike. And then continued driving towards that location.
Now, that phrase, good spike, is that something based on your training that you're trying to communicate?
I came out of my mouth. I'm not quite sure there was any other better way to describe what I believed I saw was occurring at the time.
As you get up to the intersection and approach those stop spikes, what do you see at that time?
I observed the spike strips to be in the northbound lane of traffic. I observed the suspect vehicle to be wrecked out in the west ditch facing northbound. I observed a subject laying on the ground with a vest on, identifying him as a sheriff's deputy. And I observed the male suspect running westbound through an open field.
What did you do next?
I announced over the radio there was an officer down. And then I drove into the field after the suspect.
You drove into the field to attempt to apprehend subject?
That's correct, yes.
Were you able to take that subject into custody?
Yes, I was.
And do you see that person who you took into custody here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Can you point him out along with something that he's wearing?
He sat next to the defense wearing the striped button-up shirt. He has his hair pulled back into a bun.
I'll ask the court to note the identification of the defendant.
The in-court identification will be so noted.
Up until this point, you were unaware of the subject name, is that correct?
No, I was not aware of his name. No.
Did you later learn his name?
Not till a considerable time afterwards.
Okay. And what is the name of that subject you took into custody, sir?
Daylon Richardson.
What did you do after Mr. Richardson was in custody?
I handed him off to Officer Semington, who had also arrived on scene, and I ran to the aid of the fallen deputy.
When you arrived near Deputy Weist, what did you do?
Checked him for signs of life. I observed that he had sustained significant trauma to his body. I checked his pulse at 2 different locations and found that he was deceased.
Do you attempt to radio any information back to dispatch?
I did. I got on his radio, tried to provide the best description of the location that I was at, and told them that we needed a life flight.
Now, officer, you just testified that you had checked and did not observe at that time any signs of life from Deputy Weist, but you still asked for the life flight.
Yes.
Did you attempt to resuscitate?
Other officers arrived on scene and we together attempted life-saving measures, yes.
You participated in those life-saving efforts for a short period of time, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then as those other officers appear, what do you do?
I took a step back.
What do you go do when you take your step back?
Well, take a breath, honestly. And then at that point in time, I located some evidence and marked it.
Fair to say that after that, you wait at the scene until other agencies arrive?
Yes, I waited on the scene until relieved from my command.
Your Honor, at this time, I have the squad video and then the body camera for the officer. If the court wants me to start those. I know you mentioned about taking a break. Wasn't sure how you wanted to do that.
I would prefer to break before she takes a break.
Okay, so we'll take, let's do 10 minutes. 10-minute break. Oh, yeah.
So, Jonathan, I love this. Jonathan was trying to interpret what you were saying. It wasn't happening. Anyone trying to interpret what Jonathan says, good luck. So, Jonathan, I'm not sure if this means anything. County seal, Henry County, Illinois. So, is that Henry County, Illinois? I'm not sure what that means, but I want to show you that. Right, we're back up to date now. We're about 2-3 minutes behind. So, the folks would like to know. Patty, let's go, Patty. Let's go, Patty. I stream it because no one's streaming it. I saw that no one was streaming it, Patty. So I was like, I know it's not a big case or anything like that, but it's important. So I wanted to stream it. So Yeah, so thank you, Patty, for saying that. Not many people realize that. People just want to stream the high-profile ones and, like, the big clicks and stuff. Now I'll stream anything to get attention. No one else is streaming it. I was surprised. That's why I streamed it. Like literally nobody else is streaming. Same with the Krieger trial. No one's streaming it. It's bonkers to me. This time, yeah. Hello, Patty. It is. Thank you, Patty. Lovely to see you. Thank you for your kind comments. Lovely to see you here. And thank you for commenting as well. Thank you on the internet. I don't. I have no idea. I have no idea, mate. I have no idea. Right, we're nearly up to date now.
Yeah. I know you have one. Yeah. And like, I understand with my phone, my ears are stopped up.
We're 4 minutes behind.
Ms. Runty. Permission to approach.
Brandon.
Officer Tapscott, I am showing you a disc that I have marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 1. That indicates it's Unit 20 squad video. Are you Unit 20, sir?
At that time, I was, yes.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review your squad video from the morning of April 29th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, it's a portion of that recording that's contained on this disc. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it a true and accurate recording of your squad car video from that date?
Yes, it is.
Has it been altered in any way?
No, it has not.
Would ask to admit State's Exhibit 1 and publish it to the jury.
No objection.
So State's Exhibit number 1 would be admitted into evidence without objection and published to the jury. I just hit Counsel Wright, so she just has it.
I'm just going to get it queued up, Your Honor. I haven't hooked it to the system yet. I wanted to get it disc ready.
Oh, well, I'm not technologically inclined, so I want to make sure I hit the right button.
Here we are. I believe that the court also has separate audio controls on this. Is that correct? I'll say this, I maxed out my audio on my computer, so if the court wants to increase the audio or has the ability to do that, you may want to do that. Okay, I'll go ahead and start.
Go ahead.
fucking head, man. What the fuck are you doing? I got traffic. You just stop.
That's the end of the recording for the squad video from Officer Tapscott.
Do you have a sleeve or a case for this?
I do, let me, yes.
I'll wait. I just don't want to give it to Miss Terry Lynn like this. Thank you. Thank you.
You previously testified that you were also equipped with a body camera on this day, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
That body camera, as you testified previously, was functioning appropriately in recording.
That's correct.
I'm handing you a showing what I've marked for identification. Have you had an opportunity to review your body camera recording?
Yes, I have. I've reviewed it.
And is that a true and accurate recording of your body camera from that date?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, is a portion of that contained on State's Exhibit 2?
Yes.
Has it been altered in any way?
No.
And I ask to admit State's Exhibit 2 and publish it to the jury.
No objection.
So State's Exhibit number 2 will be admitted and published to the jury. You just let me know and I'll turn it on.
Should be ready, ma'am. The sound will kick in a minute.
Recording. Fucking scope on it, yeah, good. Following the vehicle then. How did we know it was north on Henderson?
Myself and 42 are in the area. We're behind him now. We're gonna pick a spot up here by Home Boulevard to make the stop. Quarters 1, signal 12. Home Boulevard, Henderson. Green Taurus, no plates. Yeah, he's not stopping. We're 1080. Northbound. God fucking damn it, man! What the fuck are you doing? We're jumping onto. I got traffic. You just drive. We're northbound, continuing under 34. He just threw a liquor bottle out the window. Speeds are 90, and he's pointing a gun out the window. Headquarters out of the top of the car. We are northbound, passing North Lake Story Road, between 90 and 100, but he did have a black handgun in his hand, holding it out the sunroof. We're just about coming up to 2000 North, still northbound. You want me to switch to county primary? Headquarters, I don't have county primary available. We're still northbound. We're coming up to the flashing light. We got county or state in the area. Come on. Continuing northbound past the flashing light. Sorry. We're still northbound, coming up to the cozy, maintaining speed between 90 and 100. We're passing 2100 north, I believe. Still northbound. If Henry County can get in position on 150 at the county line, it doesn't appear that he's going to try to divert at all. Continuing straight. We're still northbound. We're going down the hill by the motorcycle club. Maintaining right around 100. continuing northbound passing Ontario Blacktop. Traffic has been light up to this point, headquarters, very low traffic. We're coming up to Rio now. That's affirmative. I've not seen him throw anything out the car except for the liquor bottle at the initial time of the pursuit. Headquarters, shots fired at the police, shots fired at the police. He's firing out the rear window, several shots. At least 3 rounds at this point, at least 3 rounds. I have backed off, headquarters. I've backed off. We are just about coming up to about a mile for the county line. If county's in position for spikes, let them know about the shots. Maintain visual about a quarter mile behind him. Tower, stand by. I got to switch over to Mike. Disburn. Galesburg Police Unit, ID 168, pursuit northbound, US 150, crossing from Knox County into Henry County line. Disburn. Galesburg Police Unit, ID 168, crossing over into Henry County from the Knox County line in pursuit. We've just crossed into Henry County, still northbound, passing Howard. I see police units up ahead, stand by. Headquarters, the answer status on the channel. I am on 150, but I am not running on anymore. 10.42, you're set. Disburn. Galesburg Police Unit 168. Good spike. We got one running on foot. We got officer down. Officer down. Officer down, headquarters, officer down. We got an officer down. Let me see your fucking hand. Officer down. Got your fucking hoop. Get on your stomach. Put your hand behind your back. Of course, we got a deputy there. We're just south of the FS building on 150, just south of Alpha. Deputy now, hold him. Headquarters 168 on me. County radio, we have a deputy down, deputy down. Medics, get a lifeline now. Come on, bro.
That's the end of the recording for State's Exhibit 2. Your Honor, I have just one question I wanted to ask the officer after the video about something that we saw on there.
Okay.
Heard, rather. Officer Tapscott, in both of those videos, close to the beginning, there seems to be an issue and you yell at Officer Semmington. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct, yes.
Can you explain to us what happened there?
I was the lead unit of the pursuit and she cut me off, so I was a little perturbed.
A little hot under the collar about that.
Yes, ma'am.
As you proceed out, we see you both reposition, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that Officer Semmington we saw at the end with you in the field?
That's correct, yes.
So she did follow that entire pursuit all the way up?
She did, yes.
Those are my questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Carmen?
Yes, Officer Tapscott, you mentioned very early on in your testimony that the vehicle did not have license plates on it, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Have you subsequently learned that the vehicle had license plates inside the vehicle?
No,
So no one's told you that?
no.
You, at least on my impression of your voice as the vehicle that you're pursuing approaches some traffic on 150 and then the vehicle goes around them, you express a certain degree of surprise that he's not stopping. True?
Sure.
Okay. And at any point, from that point until the point of fatal accident, did it ever appear that the vehicle you were pursuing was slowing down,
No,
not complying with your commands?
no.
Now, I've seen these videos before, and I'm sure you have as well. Is it fair to say that your eyesight is better than the camera when it comes to the movements of the vehicle in the 30 to 60 seconds before the impact?
Absolutely, yes.
Because I noted that you did not mention in your testimony that while you were pursuing the vehicle, as the vehicle was approaching the intersection of 150, that the vehicle left the roadway.
Okay.
Did you forget?
A lot of stuff going on at one time, sir.
Okay, but do you acknowledge that you saw that?
Obviously not.
You did not see the vehicle at any time leave the roadway out of the right shoulder before the impact.
Point of clarification, officer's previous testimony was that he observed a giant cloud of debris. So if that was his observation, that's what it was.
Well, I object to that, Your Honor. That's, Ms. Runty shouldn't be testifying here. He said what he said. I'm asking what he didn't say.
Ask your question again, Mr. Carmen.
Question was, did you not notice the vehicle you were pursuing moving several feet to the east off of 150 North?
At which point are you talking about during this initial pursuit?
Shortly before the impact.
Shortly before the accident itself?
Yes.
I don't believe that specific question was ever asked to me before the debris, but yeah, I observed him to swerve. It's also notated in my report.
Okay. But it was not notated in your initial testimony when you were describing the movements of the vehicle.
I think that it's quite probably normal for people testifying to forget or to remember every single thing that they're supposed to be saying.
You don't consider that a rather critical detail in this case?
I'm sorry, you need to talk louder, sir. I can't hear you.
Consider that a rather critical detail in this case? How the vehicle was moving shortly before it struck Officer Weist?
Appreciate you bringing it to our attention at this time.
You testified that in your measuring of the pursued vehicle speed, that he was traveling somewhere between 100 and 110 miles per hour, right?
Yes, sir.
I noticed on both the radar strip on Exhibit 1 and on your own speedometer on Exhibit 2 that you never got close to 110 miles an hour. Is that fair to say?
I saw it between 100 and 110. Sure.
In your vehicle or
Yeah.
the pursued vehicle?
My vehicle.
You saw that, the little black strip on Exhibit 1 that shows various speeds, isn't that your radar tracking the other vehicle?
No, it's not the radar tracking.
What is it?
It's a GPS tracking.
GPS tracking, okay. But it's measuring the speed of the pursued vehicle, not your vehicle.
I'm sorry, sir.
It's measuring the speed of the pursued vehicle, not your vehicle.
No, that is measuring my speed of my patrol vehicle, not the vehicle being pursued. No.
Is there anything in Exhibit 1 that demonstrates the speed being of the pursued vehicle?
No.
But it's certainly shown in Exhibit 2. Obviously, the speed of your vehicle.
Yeah, definitely. Everything from both the discs are only going to record how fast my patrol vehicle was going.
Did you observe the pursued vehicle significantly lowering its speed in the last, say, 30 seconds before the impact?
I don't think there was any way I'd be able to measure that given the distance that I had dropped back.
Did anything make you think the vehicle may have been going faster or slower? Or is there no way for you to determine?
There's no way for me to determine that, sir.
Now, we saw from the video that even though the point of impact is a rather flat surface, that's not the surface that you were, that's not the surface all the way from Galesburg to the point of impact, correct? There was grade changes, elevation changes.
Well, absolutely.
And I assume you think it's probably not safe to be driving at 100 to 105 miles an hour during that, in those elevation changes and those curves?
I don't think I can make that determination. I don't know anything about accident reconstruction or how it applies. You're asking me a very specific question.
If you could each speak one at a time, please, for my court reporter. So, Mr. Carmen, you finish your question and then officer answer his question and vice versa, please.
I'm going to ask a different question. There wasn't a lot of traffic between the point where you began your pursuit and the point where the pursuit ended, correct?
No, I wouldn't say a lot, no.
There was some.
Yes.
Do you think it was safe for those vehicles for you to be pursuing this vehicle at 100 and 105 miles an hour?
Objection.
What's your objection?
That particular question does not go to a fact that the jury is supposed to decide as it calls for an answer regarding other vehicles that are on the road. The jury is not here on that charge or to decide anything to do with that. So asking the officer to speculate would be inappropriate.
No, one of the issues in this case is, well, fine, I'll withdraw the question and ask something different.
Thank you.
You mentioned that there was a liquor bottle being thrown from the vehicle.
It appeared to be a liquor bottle wrapped in a brown paper bag thrown right at the onset of the pursuit north of the 34-150 interchange.
Have you ever investigated to determine what was actually in that bottle?
Wasn't my part of the investigation, sir. I would have no idea.
It happened in the city of Galesburg, did it not?
State police handled the investigation.
Have you asked, inquired of your own?
No,
as to whether-
No, I did
Objection as
not.
to relevance.
Well, I'd like to know if it really was a liquor bottle. I don't know if anybody's going to testify to that.
Your objection's overruled. If he knows, he knows. If he doesn't, he doesn't. I mean, ask your question again. I think we lost it in the.
Well, but is whether you would actually determine in some fashion, either from asking someone or doing an investigation, as to what was in that bottle, or if it was a liquor bottle at all.
Be a question for the state police, sir.
But you made the assumption that it was a liquor bottle, correct?
Yes, sir, based off my observation.
This pursuit lasted for about 10 to 12 minutes. Is that fair to say?
I think it's like 13 minutes.
Okay. And most of the pursuit took place outside of the city of Galesburg, correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you mentioned, well, you were seen or heard stating shots fired, correct?
Yes, sir.
In the early part of the pursuit, you mentioned that there was a gun pointed at you.
I never said gun pointed at me, sir.
There was a gun, that you saw him with a gun in his hand outside the sunroof?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
That, it was not fired at that time.
At that time, I was aware of no.
And then later about 4 or 5 minutes later, you mentioned that shots were fired, right?
Yes, sir.
And you came to that conclusion because I assume you saw the back window break.
Explode with several different poofs of individual smoke.
Okay. Was your vehicle hit?
No, sir.
Did you ever recover the bullets that were actually fired by that gun?
That'd be a question for the state police, sir. They did that investigation.
And since you're a police officer, I assume you know a little bit about shooting handguns. What are the odds of someone driving 100 miles an hour in one direction, turning around and shooting through a glass window? What are the odds of that actually hitting something?
Well, that would explain why my vehicle wasn't struck.
Did you say objection?
Objection. Relevance as to these charges.
Sustained.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Runte, redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is he free to leave, Mr. Kerman, Ms. Runte?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that, obviously he's subject to recall, so please don't talk to anybody. But other than that, I don't really need to hang out here today.
Right, I don't intend on recalling him today.
Okay. All right, just want to make sure. Next witness, Steve.
The state would call Carl Kramer.
Say that again.
Carl Kramer.
Thank you.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony testimony you're about to give in this cause is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Have a seat, please. Just watch your step.
If you would be kind enough to adjust the mic so you're kind of speaking into it. The acoustics are horrible in here, so I want to make sure the jury hears you. So you'll have to speak into the microphone.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
State your name for the record and spell first and last for the court reporter.
My name is Carl Kramer, Carlkraemer.
And you are employed with Knox County Sheriff's Department, is that correct?
Yes,
How long have you been employed with them?
I've been employed with them since 2007.
What position do you currently hold in Knox County?
I am the lieutenant overseeing the patrol division at the sheriff's office.
And on April 29th of 2022, what position did you hold?
I was the day shift patrol sergeant in charge of the first shift patrolman.
And what hours would you have worked as the sergeant in charge of first day shift?
7 a.m. to 3 p.m. generally Monday through Friday.
Want to talk a little bit about what some responsibilities that you might have had as a member of the Knox County Sheriff's Department. Even in your sergeant capacity, would you respond to calls for service?
Yes, I took assigned zones the same as the other patrolmen.
Did you have a,
I'm just gonna have to speak directly into them. I'm sorry, it's because they just motioned they're not hearing. Use your outdoor voice.
did you have a county vehicle that you drove, sir?
Yes, I did.
And was that a marked vehicle?
As patrol sergeant, yes.
Now in your transition to lieutenant, no marked vehicle?
It is not a marked vehicle, correct?
In your responsibilities as sergeant, how many people on shift would you typically supervise?
We would have up to 5 people assigned per shift. Sometimes we had as few as 2 assigned.
Want to ask just some questions about the shift structure. You indicated that your supervisor shift went from 7 to 3 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
What about regular patrol deputy that you might be supervising? Was that shift the same?
No, at that time, the patrol deputies were on 10-hour shifts where they would work 4 10-hour days in a row, followed by 3 days off.
What times would those 10-hour shifts run?
For the day shift, it was 7 a.m. until 5 p.m. For the second shift, it was 3 p.m. until 1 a.m. And for the third shift, it was 10 p.m. until 8 a.m.
So those third shifters who were getting off at 8 have an hour overlap with your supervision, is that correct?
That is correct.
Does the Knox County Sheriff's Department have a policy about where its officers and deputies may live?
The patrol contract stipulates that there's a straight line 30-mile radius from the sheriff's office for residency requirement.
So a employee can pick anywhere from that 30-mile radius around the Sheriff's Department location, is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it a fair statement that some of that radius may include places that are outside of Knox County?
Absolutely. The sheriff's office is not centrally located to the county.
Are you aware of Knox County deputies on the date in question, April 29th of 2022, who did not live in Knox County?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware as to whether Deputy Weist was one of those deputies?
Yes, he was.
Are you aware as to whether Deputy Weist was given a take-home squad car?
Yes, all patrol deputies have a take-home squad car.
Can you explain to the jurors what the procedure was for deputies when they were signing on and off of shift?
All deputies would go on the radio using a 10 code, 1041, to advise the dispatch center that they were on duty. And at the conclusion of their shift, they would advise again over the radio, 1042, as a code indicating they were done off shift.
And as these cars were take-home cars, was there procedure or direction from upper command about when or how deputies should be signing on and off of shift?
Regardless of where the deputy lived, as long as they were in that radius, there was nothing to stipulate whether the deputy went on or off duty at the county line or on or off duty at the residence. So long as
I'm sorry.
they had that same
I'm sorry?
I didn't hear that answer.
Again, outdoor voice and repeat your answer there.
Regardless of where a deputy lived, they would go on duty or off duty over the radio from their vehicle, whether it was in the driveway or at their or at the county line. Either was acceptable.
So the marker for on duty or off duty would be that 10 code going to dispatch. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, I want to go back to date in question, April 29th of 2022. You were on duty on that day
I was.
and working as a supervisor for day shift. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you aware as to what shift Deputy Weist was working at that time?
He was working third shift, which is the overnight shift at that time.
On the morning of April 29th, did you become aware of the Galesburg Police Department call regarding a person with a gun?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
The dispatcher broadcast it over our frequency.
Does Knox County Sheriff's Department use a different operating frequency than Galesburg Police Department?
Yes, we do. We share a dispatch center, but we have a different frequency.
Where were you at the time that you heard that dispatch?
Towards the southeast corner of the county.
Close, not close,
30 to 45 minutes away.
from Galesburg.
Yes.
And so when you hear that dispatch and realize you're distance away, what do you do?
I monitored the radio traffic and I started that direction, as did the other deputies that were on shift.
So you go ahead and proceed towards City of Galesburg while you're listening.
Yes.
Is it a regular occurrence for Knox County to assist with the City of Galesburg call?
Yes, we support and cover all of the departments within the county.
Okay. Your Honor, we have a stipulation as to the foundation for State's Exhibit 4. Do you want me to read that stipulation to the jurors, or do you want to?
What would you like, Mr.
I just
Carmen?
want to take it read it, I'm fine with it.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ms. Runte is going to read a stipulation into the record that the parties have entered into. It's, would be considered the same as somebody testifying and having given evidence. So, you may proceed.
Now come the people of the state of Illinois by and through State's Attorney Catherine Runte and the defendant by his attorney Bruce Carmen, and hereby stipulate as follows. That Knox County dispatcher Brandy McLaughlin would testify that she was on duty on April 29th of 2022, working as a dispatcher at the Public Safety Building in Galesburg, Illinois. That she was assigned to dispatch for Knox County Sheriff's Department. That she recalls dispatching for the incident involving the pursuit of Daylon K. Richardson on the morning of April 29, 2022. That the radio traffic contained in State's Exhibit 4 is a true and accurate recording of a portion of the Knox County radio traffic from the morning of April 29th, 2022. So I've marked that, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 3, and the actual recording is going to be 4. Lieutenant Kramer, have you listened to the radio transmissions? From
Yeah.
the morning?
Yes, I have.
Did you recognize the voices that you heard on there, sir?
Yes, I did.
We're going to play those in just a minute. Will we hear your voice on there?
Yes.
Who else's voice will we hear?
Deputy Ingram, Deputy Weist, Detective Jennings.
These are all members of Knox County Sheriff's Office,
Yes.
and of course, the dispatcher.
The dispatcher. State Police uses our frequency when in our county.
All right. Give me one more second, Your Honor. I apologize. This is just audio.
Are you offering that into?
I would like to offer that as State's Exhibit 4 and publish it to the jury.
I've heard it before, but I don't know that it's the exact thing, so I wait till I might object.
So are you objecting to publishing it?
I'm not objecting to publishing, I'm not objecting to foundation, I just want to make sure it's the same thing I heard.
Understand. So we're going to allow it to be published, subject to Mr. Carmen's possible objection to it being allowed into evidence.
Yeah.
Just displayed out the top window, the sunroof, displayed out the sunroof, still has it. Call it on. Fox 936, can't drive the store, they'll drive. Can you back? He is firing out the rear window, firing out the rear window. And it is 16 miles on it. And well, when they get into this, come up to 150, I'll see if I can throw them. And it's 24, 400 block, and about 72 now, come up 150. I'm going to be in position, Henry County. I'm going to be approximately 150th and 150. And just a moment, like this up, right? Are you shooting it out? Or yet? What the location reference to, not public, or just down 1250 now, I don't know that now. They're north of Highway 2, North Highway 2, county line. I'm in position. She just feel free to line vehicle description and when they approach the area. Vehicle is a Ford Taurus, sunroof, no 28. They said it's green in color. And one moving a visual. Got his voice bright.
It's the end of that recording, Your Honor.
Mr. Carmen?
No objection.
So states exhibit number 4, the audio recording will be admitted into evidence without objection. Thank you. I just don't have the disc.
I'll get that for
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Lieutenant Kramer. Who's 936?
936 is Deputy Nicholas Weist.
We heard a conversation on there about a 10 code, 1032. Was 1032?
1032 is person with a gun.
The last voice we heard on the radio, did you recognize that voice?
Officer Jared Tapscott.
The morning of that incident, did you know that that was Jared Tapscott?
No, I thought it was Nick.
Your Honor, I need to check one thing, if you could give me just a moment.
Sure.
Lieutenant Kramer, you indicated previously that your voice was one of those we were going to hear on the radio. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Which parts of that transmission do you indicate to us were yours, sir?
Nick refers to me as KN5 in that radio traffic. That was my ID on the radio at the time. He was asking if spike strips were authorized. I responded to him that he was shooting at officers and that it was authorized. It was also my voice responding to dispatch when they did the check on him, the status check. And I said, Knox, give him a minute. That was also my voice.
Those are my questions for Lieutenant Kramer.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Kramer,
Mr. Carmen, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Would you pull that microphone closer to Mr. Richardson Trial and just put it around so? Only because sometimes you taper off and like my ears are stopped. So if I can't hear, I'm gonna.
and if it's a problem, I may just get it closer.
No, that's better, even better. So if somebody can't hear, please, just like the last time, wave at me because I have a hard time hearing.
All right. I apologize, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
Lieutenant Kramer, you testified that Deputy Weist's shift was 10 p.m. until 8 a.m. Is that correct?
That's the general assigned shift time, yes.
Have you gone back from radio transmissions and determined at what time you had this conversation with Deputy Weist about putting down stop sticks?
That was approximately 8:18 to 8:20.
And Deputy Weist lived in Viola, is that right?
Yeah, he lived in Mercer County.
Mercer County, okay. And do you know how far from the scene of the accident, the site of the accident, I'm sorry, he had progressed that day on his way home?
I'm sorry, restate that.
Do you know how far or where he had progressed to at the end of his shift when he was on his way home?
When this call came out, he was in Knox County heading north towards home.
And he exited Knox County, correct?
He laid down the spike strips at 150th, which is in Henry County.
Okay, and there was, at least according to my estimation, there was about a mile to a mile and a half over the Knox County line when you get to the intersection of the two 150s.
Yes.
And he drove, at least, again, I don't know what exactly you know, but I believe you're aware that he had driven west on 150th Avenue or Street or whatever it is for at least a short distance before he turned around and deployed the stop sticks. Is that fair to say?
Objection. We've had no testimony or evidence to that point.
I'm asking if he knows. If he doesn't know, he doesn't.
I do not know.
He's providing facts and asking him to confirm. So I just want to be clear here that he's introducing facts into evidence and asking the witness
Well,
to confirm.
he's attempting. Mr. Carmen, rephrase your question.
In your radio communications, which admittedly were not the easiest things to hear, do you have a conversation at any point with Deputy Weist about where he was before, at the time he decided, or the time he discussed the possibility of deploying stop sticks?
Deputy Weist had indicated on the radio that he was at or near the Knox Henry line on 150.
Do you know what Deputy Weist's normal routine was for when his shift ended? What roads he would take to get from Knox County to his home?
Not specifically, no.
But you are familiar with the general distance between your station in Knox County and where Deputy Weist lived?
Yes, I know that he traveled north and then northwest from there towards home. What roads he took specifically, I don't know.
It could have been up to 30 miles away, at least according to your testimony.
Yes, his residence could be up to 30 miles away.
I understand that in certain situations, including pursuits, that officers are entitled to act outside of their normal jurisdiction. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Was Deputy Weist outside of his jurisdiction at the time that he began deploying these stop sticks?
Deputy Weist deployed the stop sticks at 150th and US Highway 150.
Which is not in Knox County.
It is not in Knox County.
Okay. And was Deputy Weist ever ordered to participate in this pursuit?
I directed him to deploy the stop sticks.
Okay, but that was after he had first mentioned it to you, correct? He brought that up.
That he was in the vicinity, yes.
And you understood that at that point, when you authorized him to do that, that he had not been part of that pursuit at any point along the way.
Until that point, correct.
And you're not testifying that he was still on his shift at the time that he contacted dispatch and asked for authorization to do that, right?
He did not go off duty. And as the supervisor on duty, I have the authority to hold somebody over.
So whether someone is on or off duty is individual dependent. It depends on where they are and where they might end up being. Is that what your policy is?
They are off duty when they go 1042 over the radio. It's generally when they reach their destination.
Are they paid overtime when they work more than their 10-hour shift?
Situation is dependent, but yes, generally yes.
Okay. And that's, if you work the system, you could routinely pick up another half hour of overtime every day. If you drove into your driveway in Viola or wherever it is in Mercer County and said, oh, now I'm off duty. Is that possible?
Objection as to the relevance and the implication.
Sustained.
May I approach that?
Sure.
Stacy? Yes.
So the objection was sustained. I believe the last question was about overtime, and Lieutenant answered yes, dependent but generally paid. Proceed, Mr. Carmen.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I could not hear all of, I could not hear all of the radio transmission, but I don't seem to recall there being any discussion between you and Deputy Weist about all of the details surrounding this pursuit that we've seen and heard today. Is that fair to say that we did not discuss all those things with him?
The discussions that I would have had with Deputy Weist that day over the radio were limited to his requesting or asking whether or not deploying spike strips was authorized if it was requested.
All right. And you did authorize him to do that?
Yes, I did.
And did you know anything about this pursuit other than that there was a report of shots fired?
I knew it was broadcast by the dispatcher over our radio frequency.
I don't think you answered my question. I'll ask it open-ended. Other than the fact that one of the officers in pursuit had reported shots being fired, what had anyone told you at that point about this pursuit? Where it was, what the speed of the vehicles was, anything like that?
That Galesburg police officers were in pursuit of a green Ford, that this call had originated at a gas station where somebody was seen with a gun, and the speeds were reported at around 100 miles an hour. And as deputies were trying to get to that area from different locations, that it was broadcast that a firearm had been shown out of the sunroof, and then after that, shots were being fired out the back window at the pursuing officers.
Well, I'm going to move to strike the last comment because the officer reported shots fired. I don't recall him saying they were fired at him.
The recording indicated his statement at the time was shots fired at police. Whether they hit the vehicle is a completely different question that, again, we're not here to decide.
And you're objecting to, you asked him an open-ended question, Mr. Carmen,
I did.
and he answered you.
Okay. And my question was that, all right, we'll move on, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Ms. Renty, any redirect?
In your monitoring of the radio during this incident, did you hear a 1042 from Deputy Weist?
No, I did not.
Those are my questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Carmen,
Nothing based on that.
you can step down, Lieutenant. Is he needed the rest of the day?
No, Your Honor.
We're free to leave the building.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Renty, before we call your next witness, it's 25 to noon. I'm all about food. So it's 25 to noon. Is your next witness a longer witness that you're aware of, a shorter witness? I'm always really hesitant to put a witness on and then we break for an hour and that person's just out running around.
So those are my two in-person witnesses for today. I have a number of stipulations. I have 2 other videos and some exhibits, Your Honor. So if you wanted to break for lunch and do the boring stuff afterwards, we could certainly
So for the rest of today, you have no live testimony other than the stipulations and what else did you say?
There's some videos and,
Some videos that you all have stipulated to?
Foundation, yes.
Oh, okay, all right. Then I think right now is a good time to break so that, I know that lunch is going to be 15 minutes, give or take of noon, right? So can we plan to be back at 1? Is that okay? Mr.
Yes,
Carmen?
Your Honor.
Ms. Runty?
that's fine.
Jurors, 1 o'clock, because that way that'll give you guys a chance to kind of stretch your legs if you want to enjoy the weather before it gets bad. You can do that. Just please don't run away. Come back. Please do not converse with anyone on any subject connected with this trial. You cannot read or listen to outside comments or news accounts of anything that's going on. Please don't look anything up on your phone, on any of those social media platforms. I don't even know all of them, but Twitter or Twitch, or I don't know what the kids call it, or what was that, Snapchat, is that we all use? Don't discuss amongst yourselves any subject connected with this trial. Don't form or express any opinion on this cause until you get it for deliberation. Don't jump in your car and go driving out to the location. Please don't do that. Don't text your family or your friends and say, go look, take pictures. That is not your purview. So please don't do that. And please come back. Okay, 1 o'clock. Appreciate it. I've done pretty good. I've been coughing. Please be seated. We're back on the record in 22 CF 134 versus Daylon Richardson. Mr. Richardson reappears with Mr. Carmen, the state by Ms. Runty, and the jurors are reseated after lunch recess. How was lunch? Was it good? She just showed me the menu. I said, wow, I had egg salad that I made. I'm like, yeah. But it looked really good. So I heard she cooks really well. So good. All right. So state, are you ready to proceed this afternoon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Carmen, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Runty?
Your Honor, I have what I have marked as State's Exhibit 5, which is a stipulation between the parties regarding what would be State's Exhibit 6. May I read that into the record?
Mr. Carmen?
No objection.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, just like earlier, Ms. Runty is going to read you a stipulation. And that is, there's an agreement between the defense and the state that if a certain witness was called to the witness stand or certain documents were introduced, certain testimony would be heard or seen by you. So you're going to hear that testimony and what the parties have agreed to it. You should listen to the stipulation and consider this testimony in the same way you would if that person appeared here in court to testify, okay? So State's Exhibit number 5, the stipulation will be read into the record and entered into evidence without objection.
Now come the people of the state of Illinois by and through State's Attorney Catherine Runty and the defendant by his attorney Bruce Carmen, and hereby stipulate as follows. That on April 29th, 2022, the Knox County Sheriff's Office preserved a true and accurate copy of Nicholas Weist's squad car footage. That the squad car footage contained in State's Exhibit 6 is a true and accurate recording of a portion of Nicholas Weist's squad car video footage from the morning of April 29th, 2022.
Everybody heard? Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and then I have State's Exhibit 6, which is the recording.
These Weist squad car footage.
That's correct. So I'm gonna get that.
Just let me know and then I'll turn on the screen.
Okay, Your Honor.
As to State's Exhibit number 6, Mr. Carmen, are you objecting to the introduction and or the publishing?
Neither.
So State's Exhibit number 6 that I've titled Weist squad car footage is also admitted and published without objection. Is there audio?
There will be.
Oh.
Just confirming spikes this up.
Yeah, was I had emailed about this years ago, and you guys read it in there, I don't remember, but I remember thinking, you know,
It was your fault.
yeah, I stood in the back of him and.
They're not the highway two, North Highway two, County line.
Went up and said, hey, I'm really, and he still did. What a great.
Sorry, fully out, yeah.
Now, do you have what you would describe as a punchable face?
I don't think so, I hope not.
That's what you do. I mean, maybe you should get an outside opinion on it. How many times? Have you been punched in the face by a stranger?
Just the one.
Okay, I think you're saying that. Yeah, I mean, that's actually a pretty good ratio. Did you press charges
The
against him?
vehicle is a Ford Taurus, operating code 28, green color.
Or anything like that, get the pay fine, community service, all that.
Did you get a ticket?
For
For the driving? You got a ticket. I punched you before the cops got there. That should take away any guilt you have. You should both get one, really. All right, Joe, get out. Ryan, I'm sorry that I got you punched in the face somewhat indirectly, but kind of Joe will do the same 5 questions, 90 seconds to answer them. Whoever gets the most right out of those 5 wins. Joe will go second. He's in the hallway, can't hear the questions and the answers. Whoever gets the most right wins. Lowest time wins in case of a tie. You can pass on any question if you want. You can pass on all 5 questions if you come back to all 5 of them. If that uses up more of your time, that's up to you. You got a question? All right, you good at this?
I'm okay.
Okay, let's see how it goes. Ryan in West Michigan, your turn on Dumber Than the Show. Trivia begins in 3,
906 your status.
1. Who starred as Agent Jack Bauer for 9 seasons on the popular TV show 24?
936 turn off your status.
What sport was invented on February 9th, 1895 at the Holyoke, Massachusetts YMCA?
Give me a second.
In which city?
That's the end of that recording, Your Honor. Your Honor, next we have a stipulation, which I have marked as State's Exhibit 7, to the testimony of Diane Brown.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, again, as previously with State's Exhibit number 5, it's a stipulation and agreement between both parties that if a certain witness was called, this is, what did you say, Diane Brown?
Correct.
If Ms. Brown were called to the stand, certain testimony would be heard by you. You are now about to hear that testimony. You should listen to and consider this testimony in the same way you would if Ms. Brown were testifying on the witness stand under oath. Any objection, Mr.
No, Your Honor.
Now come the people of the state of Illinois, by and through State's Attorney Catherine Runty, and the defendant by his attorney Bruce Carmen, and hereby stipulate as follows. That Diane Brown was traveling north on Route 150 on the morning of April 29th, 2022. That she noticed a police vehicle on the west or left side of the intersection with 150th Street. That she then noticed a vehicle pass her on the left-hand side at a high rate of speed. That at that time, she noticed the rear window of the vehicle was broken out and only jagged glass remained. That she saw that vehicle go off the road and a man run from it. That she witnessed 2 police officers chase the man into a field and take him into custody.
So State's Exhibit number 7 will be admitted without objection.
I have, Your Honor, what I have marked as State's Exhibit 8, which is a stipulation as to the testimony of Melissa Watkins, the Henry County coroner.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, about to hear a stipulation, the agreement between both parties that if Ms. Watkins were called to the stand, that certain testimony, you would hear certain testimony from her. You are now about to hear that testimony. You should listen to and consider this testimony in the same way you would if you were hearing it from the witness stand under oath. Mr. Carmen, any objection?
No.
Go ahead, Ms. Runty.
Now come the people of the state of Illinois, by and through State's Attorney Catherine Runty, and the defendant by his attorney Bruce Carmen, and hereby stipulate that if called to testify at trial by the state, Melissa Watkins would testify as follows. That she is the Henry County coroner and was so employed on April 29th of 2022. That she responded to the scene on April 29th of 2022, and that she pronounced Nicholas Weist dead on April 29th of 2022.
State's stipulated Exhibit 8 will be admitted into evidence.
Next, Your Honor, I have what I have marked as State's Exhibit 9, which is a stipulation between the parties regarding the testimony of Dr. Amanda Humans, who performed the autopsy.
Mr. Carmen, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And you said Dr. Amanda what?
Humans, Youmans.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Runty. Ladies and gentlemen, again, this is a stipulation and agreement between what parties that if Dr. Humans was called to the stand, certain testimony would be heard by you. You are now about to hear that testimony. You should listen to and consider this testimony in the same way you would if you were hearing it from the witness stand under oath. Go ahead, Ms. Rose.
Now come the people of the state of Illinois, by and through State's Attorney Catherine Runty, and the defendant by his attorney Bruce Carmen, and hereby stipulate that if called to testify at trial by the state, Dr. Amanda Humans would testify as follows. That she is a board-certified anatomic and forensic pathologist, that she performed the autopsy on Nicholas Weist, that Nicholas Weist had injuries consistent with being struck by a motor vehicle, that Nicholas Weist died as a result of multiple blunt force trauma injuries sustained when the vehicle driven by defendant Daylon K. Richardson struck Nicholas Weist on April 29th, 2022.
Any objection, Mr. Carmen?
No.
So the state's exhibit number 9, the stipulation between the parties will be admitted without objection.
Okay, what I have marked as State's Exhibit 10, which is a 2-page document, Your Honor, is a stipulation between the parties as to the foundation for State's Exhibits 11 and 12.
Any objection, Mr. Carmen?
No.
Go ahead.
Now come the people of the state of Illinois, by and through State's Attorney Catherine Runty, and the defendant by his attorney Bruce Carmen, and hereby stipulate as follows. That Knox County Dispatcher Brandy McLaughlin would testify that she was on duty on April 29th, 2022, working as a dispatcher at the Public Safety Building in Galesburg, Illinois. That she was assigned to dispatch for Knox County Sheriff's Department. That part of her training and duties included monitoring the Department of Transportation traffic cameras that are situated throughout the city of Galesburg. That she was first made aware of the location of the Ford Taurus driven by defendant. That she utilized the Department of Transportation traffic cameras to identify the vehicle and monitor the pursuit as it went through Galesburg. That the video recordings contained in State's Exhibit 11 and 12 are a true and accurate recording of a portion of the Department of Transportation traffic cameras from the morning of April 29th, 2022.
So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that witness, the dispatcher, if she were called to the stand, that's the testimony that you would hear, that the parties have stipulated to. Please consider this testimony in the same way you would if she were here and you heard it from the witness stand under oath. So the parties stipulated State's Exhibit number 10 is admitted into evidence without objection.
Okay, Your Honor, my last 2 exhibits, which are 11 as 12, as mentioned in that document. The Department of Transportation videos take a little bit to load. It's kind of a slow program. I realize we've only been sitting here for a half hour. Do we need to do that as we sit? And everybody can watch while I try and get it to load.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Do you want me to sit and do this while everybody watches me get it to load, or?
We're trying to make you as nervous as possible.
That would be great. No, yeah.
If you want to take a little bit of a break.
Actually, that would like to address very briefly with the board and council, but I assume should be. Once you get the process started, you're fine.
Okay, so let's excuse the jurors for now, for a little bit. We're going to excuse you just so that you can get all of that loaded and everything, and Mr. Kramer wants to address something quickly, which is one of those instances of outside the presence of the jury. Be seated. Doors closed, so.
Are we gonna speak out here?
I don't know.
I can speak out here.
He said he can speak out
Court
here.
reporter doesn't have to move.
Say that again.
So the court reporter doesn't have to move.
Oh, okay. She appreciates that. Go ahead, Mr. Carmen. I know, it's loading, it's
Okay.
fine.
Your Honor will recall that a week or two ago, for the second time, the court denied my motion to eliminate regarding the issue of shots being fired.
Yes,
I realize that I have not asked for a standing objection to all of that testimony. I think I need that in order to protect my record on that.
okay. Ms. Runty, did you hear what he said?
I did hear what he said, and I guess I was under the impression when we left that day that there would be one on the record, so
No.
if that's what needs to be noted, I understand.
So we'll note for the record that there is a standing objection to the issue of shots fired. Mr. Carmen filed 2 separate motions in limiting, requesting that testimony and evidence be barred. I believe I denied it orally the first time, and the second time I did a written opinion.
That's correct.
So the standing objection will be noted, Mr. Carmen.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And off the record, do you want me to say, are we there yet? It's all right, it's all right. Every program is different. I don't understand that, but I'm not a software whiz, so
Well,
I
we're
barely
also,
turn on my computer.
we're also dealing with the state of Illinois.
I know, it is the state of Illinois. Anything having to do with the government.
Right.
It's always a different program that doesn't interface really well with anybody else's. We don't play well with others. You have water? You guys have water on the table? Everything good? Okay. I got cough drops. I went to the dollar store. I got 2 bags.
Oh, cough drops?
Yeah. I can only have so many because then it upsets my stomach. It's like eating sugar, you know? So you have these 2 videos and then you have more stipulations.
It's one video, a still shot. That's what it is, it's a still shot. And then
And then you're done for today. That's fine.
What time are we looking at? Just-
So the paintings on the ceiling. I see it's Lonnie, Cambridge. What's that over there? I can't see. Oh. It looks like it's on a river. Is there a river in Galva?
But she's not in here.
Caitlin would know, but she's not here.
She's not in. I never asked her.
Well, I was asking her about the painting on the ceiling because I can see Kiwani Cambridge. I couldn't quite read that, but then she told me it was Geneseo, so now I see it. And I said, Galva, I said, it looks like it's on a river. Is there a river in Galva? Well, maybe I'm seeing that wrong. It just looks like it.
It does look like.
You think it was on a river? Mr. Carmen, was Galva on a river at one time?
Galva's no, creeks, but not rivers.
Well, I don't know, because that painting up there looks like it's on a river, on the ceiling.
The Kiwani picture?
No, the Galva one,
Which one's, I can't see it.
right there, they said
Lot
that's.
by lot. Chandelier. That's not, Galva's never been on that river.
Well, it looks like it's on, they painted it on a river.
I don't think it's ever been on a river.
Okay.
It's pretty unusual.
Well, I thought so too, but I thought, well, I'm not,
The Edwards River runs south of this, but that's way south.
but it's way south of Galva. I guess that's true. Maybe, but that stuff in front looks like, maybe it's a field and I just think it looks like water.
It's a very sad, great field. If that's the case.
What?
It's a sad, great field.
It's a sad great field. All right.
No painting.
Oh, where? Oh, right. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm staring at the paintings, I'm sorry.
We can talk about this.
No, I'm just admiring the beautiful courtroom. James, can we see that? Thank you. Well, it's because usually I'm in here, I'm not looking up at the ceilings,
It's nice.
it's because I'm usually not up here, I'm usually downstairs and.
We'll get like random attorneys who are wandering in and be like, want to come see the courtroom.
Right.
And
It's really quite amazing that it's been maintained and that we have all the original furniture.
there's a huge budget for courthouse. Not so much for state's attorneys.
Right, I know. I thought maybe some more comfortable chairs over there might be helpful, but whatever.
We finally got them a few years ago to add the
Cushions?
Okay, and you'll see that some of our jurors have chosen to use those as backrests.
Well, they sell stadium seating that falls open and, so please be seated.
Yeah.
Just discussing the luxurious, I usually am downstairs and I was just admiring the paintings, but I couldn't see where a couple of them were from and I was admiring and wondering where that river city's from. Mr. Carmen tells me it's not a river. And so it's Galva. And then I admired the wonderful furnishings that coincide with the time frame of the courtroom. I know it's historic, but the chairs, the least you could do is get stadium chairs for people that like sit a little comfortably.
Don't say me.
I'm not saying you, I meant the county board in general, so. So we're back on the record in 22 CF 134. Jurors have been reseated. The state has managed to load States Exhibit 11 and 12.
This is 11, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. States Exhibit number 11, which is the DOT camera video footage.
That's correct.
And Mr. Carmen, any objection to the publication or the admission of that?
No.
So there being no objection, the state is allowed to publish that State's Exhibit number 11 to the jurors. Is there audio?
No, if you.
No?
those of you that knew, this trial is about a guy charged for the death of a deputy officer. So, high-end car chase. This is the defendant right here. Both are. I've not been keeping an eye on this. Jonathan's supposed to be keeping an eye on it. I've not. But this is about a deputy who died after very high high speed car chase. Sorry. Thief is saying it was an accident, but prosecution saying it was deliberate. Oh, Florida, Scotland, where we will be. I presume these are like street cameras. Your legs are. Yeah, I noticed that. I'm not even sure if this is any good, to be quite honest with you. Yeah, I don't know if it's any good or not, but I heard he supports Trump. Oh, Florida, Scotland. I don't. What the hell are we doing? Why are you watching the screen for, Jonathan? I don't know.
Your Honor, I'm going to start to pause the screens. As you've noticed, they operate individually. Can I pause them? At the bottom left corner screen, you'll see is labeled US 150 Henderson and Fremont. States Exhibit 12, which I have labeled for identification purposes, is a screenshot from that camera at the timestamp 8/12/31 a.m. on 4/29/22. Which is why I let that one play out that long. Okay. But I'm going to ask to admit separately States Exhibit 12. Just a screen grab from that video.
It's a screenshot from Henderson and Fremont, lower left corner.
That's correct.
8/12/31, you said?
8/12/31, which is labeled on the timestamp appears on this paper as well.
Okay. Mr. Carmen, any objection to the States Exhibit number 12, which is the still photograph?
No.
Okay, so States Exhibit number 12 will be admitted into evidence.
I'm going to ask to publish that to the jurors. I don't know if you want me to use the document camera over here or if you're fine with me passing it to them.
Mr. Carmen?
No objection.
No objection to the publishing. Do you prefer one way or the other?
They can pass it around
Pass it around,
amongst
yeah.
themselves.
There.
Your Honor, if you would turn off the connection to the screen. Your Honor, that is the evidence and testimony that I have prepared for today. I have other witnesses that we're planning on coming tomorrow.
I'm so sorry for all this. I'm sure you all are heartbroken. It's 2:15 and we're done for today. So, please, as I told you very at the beginning when everybody was here, that I would be saying this over and over and over again. We're going to recess for today. I want everybody back again at 8:45 tomorrow. Same drill. Please do not converse with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial. Do not knowingly read or listen to outside comments or news accounts of anything that's going on here, anything about this case. Do not discuss anything amongst yourselves, your family, your friends, any subject connected with this trial, or form or express any opinion on this case until it is submitted to you for deliberation. And please do not go view the place where the offense was allegedly committed. So we're going to stand in recess, and we'll see everybody back tomorrow. Have a wonderful
Did you catch what time tomorrow?
Be seated. Anything to address from the state?
Just a question, Your Honor. Do you want the exhibit list day by day, or do you want it just for the total of the trial?
Whatever you prefer. This is the first time I've had both of you try a case in front of me, and usually I would get from the state at the very beginning of the trial a chart with the exhibits listed and then whether admitted, with objection, without objection, a chart type thing, and then I would go along and check. So at this point, I'm keeping notes myself. So whatever you choose to do, yes, it looks like that.
So I apologize, Your Honor, that's not our practice out here.
That's fine.
I should have asked.
That's okay. No worries. I make a habit of writing notes, and then I've got in the margins whether they're admitted or not.
Thanks, Sarah.
Look back and see. So it doesn't matter to me if you want to do day by day or you want to give it at the end.
Okay, Mr. Kramer and I have both had an opportunity to look at this one.
Okay.
It's okay, I'll go ahead and give that to the clerk for you to review.
Yes. Are you going, do you usually sign these and date these on a day-by-day basis?
I've never done one.
I'm up anyway. Yeah, it's Eastern, isn't it? 8:45 Eastern.
So those are all correct, according to my notes, so.
Mr. Carmen?
Thanks, Sarah. This is no problem for me. 8:45.
And Mr.
We will
Carmen,
go
I'd appreciate your signature on there.
1:45 my time. Yeah, that's fine for me. 1:45. That's fine. Perfect.
I think that was the only thing.
That was it. Mr. Carmen, anything?
I don't think I have anything, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being very polite and abiding by the decorum of the courtroom. We'll see everybody tomorrow. We'll try to hack less. I keep thinking I'm getting better, and evidently I'm not.
If it's Illinois, it'll be central, won't it?
Something, I don't, the Vicks, I've got the Vicks vapor rub, I've got all this stuff, and it's just not doing
At
anything.
1 a.m.
I feel better than I did Saturday and Sunday.
That's good.
But it sounds like it's going into my chest. I can feel it too.
Oh, Illinois.
Does it really? I just sat here when I was hacking really hard and I thought, God, I hope this isn't turning into bronchitis.
So it'll be central.
My chest rattling.
Well, we all can.
Yeah, you just don't know where it is.
I'm trying my best.
The mic's clear now, so it's supposed to be in Tennessee, but it looks like it's in Illinois. So I'll just go off central, and if we're wrong, I'll just, we can catch up. Who wants to have to waste 8 hours a night of sleep? I wish I had 8 hours. If I could rest an hour and be refreshed for 20, yes. Is he missing a year? Don't know. It looks like it, doesn't it? It does look like it. If Mixie texts you, she'll be all over it. She loves face tattoos. Joking. She hates it. But still. It looks a bit weird, yeah. Jonathan. There we are. I'll set it up for 1:45 Central tomorrow then. Yeah. You must have lost a year, Sarah. Good spot. Yeah, that's a good spot. All right, 1:45 Central for this trial then. And obviously we got the other Krieger trial anyway, so right, let's end this trial then, and I'll set it up for 1:45 tomorrow. So with that, peace. I'll see you all in the Krieger trial, and if you're not part of the Krieger trial, I'll see you all 8:45 Central tomorrow, guys. With that, peace out. See you in Krieger trial. Ta-ra.